It's a great honor for me, myself, and Professor Chun-Ling to have everybody here this afternoon. We have some professors from, obviously, our institute, students, and many people online, and we're going to have a discussion this afternoon, 2 guest lectures from our Chinese colleagues, which are going to talk about quite different aspects of current China, one much more senior and one much more junior. It's a very Chinese way of doing things. They work together. The young and the old work together much more than we do. It's a very interesting way of working. We can learn a lot. So I will now call on Professor Chen Guanjing to go to the table to talk about industrialization of artificial intelligence technology and its impacts on income distribution. Yeah. Okay, and Professor Célio Hiratuka, who will comment on Guanjing's talk. Aqui no meio, in the middle. All right, okay. And so should we put everybody on the round table at the same time, maybe? Okay, and I'll put Zhang Yang. Where is she? Please come up. This is Zhang Yang, who runs a survey on mentalities in China. It's one of the three big national surveys that they run on China. So please come on, and you're going to talk a bit later, but we'll put you up here for start. Yeah, yeah, please, and also Professor Raquel Meneghel, who's our president, as I said to everybody at the beginning, of the CASS Center, and she's our pro-editor of research, but she works on political science and public opinion. So her topic and Zhang Yang's topic, okay, more or less the same. So there we go. And we need to give Professor, would you like to say some words?
Oh, maybe I say a few words. I'm very glad we have this second CASS and campus forum. Yes, I'm very. I want to say thanks, Professor Tom Doyer, organized this. That is a very important academical exchange activity organized by our center. I think the first seminar is held in 2019, 5 years ago. Since then, because of the pandemic, we have not opportunity to face-to-face academic exchange, but now today we have the second this forum. So I hope the colleagues can join this seminar. Thank you.
I must thank all of the people who helped us do this seminar, the head of the Economics Institute, the faculty, here of the EFCRG, the social sciences faculty, the dairy, the international office, which gave a huge amount of support and infrastructure. Sel, you're going to have to remember all this money we got from everybody. You know, where else did we get the? Oh, from the Gabinete do Reitor, from the rector's office, and any case, I'll try and remember the rest of them. All right, they've been traveling all night from China, 2 nights, but I had a very short night last night, so I'm probably more tired than they are. Okay, so we can start half an hour each, and then time for comments, please. Okay, so please, Professor Chen Guanjing is a sociologist who comes from a rural background, and you normally think someone who arrives at a level that he has risen at is distant from the people and distant from society and life. And it is the complete reverse. And his sensitivity, I've always, even since I first known you, his sensitivity to the common people and what is going on in common people's life for a top sociologist is absolutely, for me, remarkable. I always learn a lot with Professor Chen Guanjing, and it's been, you know, a very strong relationship that we have had over the years, and he is my teacher, you know, that is what I want to say. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I see. Okay, I know. Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, every dear colleagues from China and Brazil. I'm very glad this time to be here to take part in this, how to say, the forum, maybe. And today, another? Okay. Oh. Okay. And I find the table is too high. Huh? And you sit so, how to say, so the seat so low than this table. I'm not so habited. Because usually we will always and the level, the same level to talk something. So anyway, thank you, Tom. Just now he introduced me to everybody. And today, my the topic of my delivery is the industrialization of AI, means AI technology and its impacts on the income distribution. Very pitiful, I should say, it's not a finished research, just some theoretical thinkings based on some observation of mine. So I can't show you a very, how to say, exactly findings or conclusions about this industrialization and its impacts on the income distribution. But we should pay more and more attention to this new trend, just because, as you know, the new wave of scientific and technological revolution will, how to say, have a lot of and various impacts, influence on the society. These kinds of impacts or influence are very profound and all visited, and I think it will be historical. Just as you know, the AI technology and the digital technology like that, till today, for example, in China, have a very profound, very deep impact and influence on our lives, on our behaviors, on our thinking ways, and like that. So we should pay more and more attention to these new things, new phenomena. And in this lecture, I will talk about three things. First is I will talk about the trends of the rapid development of AI industries in the world, for example, in USA and in China, and in China. And then I also want to talk about the social influences of the industrialization of AI technology, and I think it's a global issue, And then thirdly, I will talk about the impacts of the industrializations of AI technology on the income inequality. Of course, it's still a very preliminary discussion. I can't show you many, for example, the numbers, the data. I just show you some thinking, some theoretical thinking of mine. About the trends, rapid development of AI industries, I think we can talk about these topics through three aspects. The firstly, how many enterprises based on the AI technology. The first, not the GDP by these kinds of industries, and then how many enterprises in the world, or in USA or in China, and then thirdly, how the numbers of the investments in these kinds of industries. From these three aspects, we can see something about the industrialization of AI technology in the world, or in USA, in China, like that. So, sorry, something together. No problem? Okay. Huh? No. What's wrong? Okay. No. 不是给字体，它重叠了。
我给你调一下，它可能那个显示的问题。
它不是。OK，
它可能之后可能其他的也会。
OK， thank you very much. Firstly, I find the AI technology in the world and China, the industrialization are very rapid, can be just, how to say, radically rapid, I think. So, for example, today, I think it is the period of rapid development for AI industries in the world. And the case is the same in China. According to the White Book of Global Digital Economy 2023, in 2023, the market income of global AI industries would be about $513.2 billion, increasing 20.7% than that in 2022, and 508 billion yuan renminbi in China. So it's industries bigger and bigger year by year in world or in China. you 重叠了. So something changed in my computer. Know this problem. Sorry. And meanwhile, we will. I also find that till to the September 2023, there are 29,542 enterprises of AI industries in total in the world, and among them, 9,914 ones are located in the USA, and 4,469 in China. Together, these enterprises located in USA and in China together, accounting for 48.7% together. So the USA and China now is very important two countries, very important in the industrialization of AI technology. And if we want to see what happens about the AI technology and its industrialization, firstly we can look these things in China and in USA. And then we also find that the increase of investments in AI industry is another indicator for the rapid development of AI. According to the IDC, it's a company for consultants like that. The total investments in global AI industries are $128.8 billion in 2022, and in 2023, $144 billion in total, and the increasing rate is 19.6%. So the second thing is so-called the big models of AI. Or you can find the very high speeding growth of the big models of AI. For example, in November 2022, the OpenAI company of USA developed its AI talking robot named ChatGPT. Its remarkable capacities invoked AI typhoon to the global extent. Afterwards, something wrong with these words. Those global top high-tech companies like Google, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon begin to step into AI industries rapidly. And similarly, in China, some huge enterprises, universities, and scientific institutes also step into the fields of big models very rapidly, including Baidu, Ali, Tencent, and Huawei, and Fudan University, Tsinghua University, and so on. All of them developed their own big model achievements. So you know what means the big models. Maybe I use not exact correct words about that, but I think the meaning is clear. Just because you know the AI technology now, if we want to use the AI technology in industries, we should develop more and more models to control, to manipulate the, for example, the digital and the photo like that. So big model is very important to develop the AI industries. And according to the data from a mapping report of AI big models in China, 中国人工智能大模型地图研究报告, the numbers of AI big models developed in USA and China were accounted for more than 80% of the total numbers of AI big models in the whole world. And in China, now, 79 big models with more than 1 billion of parameters were already issued to the public. And the data of IDC shows too that there were more than 300 big models of AI issued in Chinese market till to November 2023. And we also will find that the rapid development of AI big models and the technological breakthroughs of their applications in related industries significantly reduce the thresholds for AI to empower various enterprises and firms, and therefore invoking the important changes and the development in different industries and sectors in an economy. For example, in USA, the AI applications already cover many industries such as medical system, medical industry, financing, real estate, medical climate monitoring, and so on. And in China, many local governments now, such as Beijing, Shanghai, Guangdong, and Anhui, and so on, already issued public policies related to the development of AI big models in order to quicken the applications of AI big models in those provinces. At present, the applications of all big models, not all, AI big models began to cover various industries such as AI manufacturing, education and learning, technology and finances, Medicare, transportation, energy, and public affairs of governments. So we can, we can see something will happen in these kinds of industries. For example, the laborers may be more difficult to find a good job in these industries, in these fields. If the new laborers can't find these kinds of jobs, maybe that means they will earn less money than the older generation, like that. So I think the information, the impact is very, very profound. So the third thing is the rising of the generating AI. According to the data from the CASS Institute, it's a private institution in China. There is, something wrong. There is 15% of enterprises of China which applies generating AI in their producing, management, and marketing activities, especially in 4 industries, namely the manufacture, sales, electric communications, and medical and health industries. 4 main industries to use the AI big models. So, what kinds of effects of the AI industrialization to the economic growth? According to the economists, these kinds of effects are very remarkable to stimulate the economic growth. According to the estimation of Goldman Sachs, in Chinese Kaosheng, if 50% of all enterprises in the world apply the AI technology, the yearly growth rate of the global GDP will reach 7%. It's very high. It's very, very, very high. And the productivity of laborers, I think, will increase 1.4% per year in future 10 years, or during future 10 years. So we just need 50% of all enterprises in the world. Then the world economy will get a very high growth rate, more than 7%. So you can think is what a kind of economic growth scenario. So I think we can't give attention to attention to these new things, new phenomena. In the first part, I just give a very, very general picture of the industrialization of AI technology. Then I want to very simply to talk about the social influences of the industrialization of AI technology. We can find many things, many influences and impacts of the AI industrialization on the society. For example, the meanings of the industrialization of AI technology, as you know, are not only the huge effects for the economic growth, but also the all-faceted influences on our society. For example, the remarkable improvement effects on our social lives, especially the daily lives. Very deep, I think very profound, very deep. For example, AI robots for the whole household service, and AI robots for human emotions service. In future, maybe you get married with an AI robot, not a real human being. Yeah. Now in Japan, something is happening about that. Some technicians is married with AI robot. It's very, how to say, unimaginable for me. But in your homeland, the news said one or some technicians want to get married with AI robot. The AI robot will more royal to us than a real human being. These kinds of technicians think so, I think. And so on. So in the future, the household affairs, the emotional affairs will be done by the AI robot. And meanwhile, the obvious and all patent impacts on the structures of our society cannot be neglected too. For example, the rising of new social groups or even social classes based on new kinds of occupations or professions. So, for example, in China, now we can find some new social groups or new social classes in official language, so-called new social classes, including the, how to say, 快递 deliver, like rapid deliverers, like that. In last year, there are about 8,000万. 8,000万是 80 million. The 80 millions of the rapid deliverers in China. So it's a very big group. They don't have formal labor relations because we don't have a contract with, in other words, they don't have the employers. But they also not their own employee, not they employ their own. So who employs them? We don't know. And then the social security for them is also a problem. How to set a proper the social security system for them now a very important problem in China. So I think this kind of change in the social structure also was what our concern, I think. And we will find that we should pay. Sorry, listener. Now I think we should pay special attention to the impacts of the industrialization of AI technology on the social inequalities. Somebody told me the new technology, the new science will improve the social inequality just because the new scientific and technological revolution will provide more and more good things for every people, for everybody. But what is the reality? I think it's not these things. Instead, we will find some gaps of techniques and skill based on the AI and the digital. We also will find the broadening differences between countries and regions. Sorry. And we also find the new gender and generation inequalities because of AI technology and its industrializations, especially the industrialization. It's not just our technology, it's economic things. Because these kinds of technology will provide a lot of money for those people who control the AI technology. And not other peoples who cannot control or have kinds of technology, then they will lose a lot of opportunities and monies and like that. So the income inequality based on the AI technology and the industrialization, for me, is a very important issue. It's necessary to research, I think. Especially in China, we want to establish a new society called as common prosperity society, or shared prosperity society. So if the new technique or new technology can't improve this the income distribution, then how to change it? How to make the economic growth or the achievements of the economic growth or this development be shared by all people in a country? So I think these kinds of issues are very important for sociologists, especially in China, I think. Maybe in Brazil, in not so long future, the AI technology and its industrialization also provided some new issues, some new topics for Brazilian sociologists to research, I think. So, and then time. Okay, no. And in the third part, I want to talk about the impacts of the industrializations of AI technology and the income inequality. Sorry, of course, it's a very preliminary discussion. And here I find some judgments from economists. For example, in March 2017, the Future of Life Institute opened an investigation report artificial intelligence and income inequality, which maybe was a relatively earlier literature to analyze the impacts of the industrialization of AI technology on the income inequality for the public. This report visited 10 learned economists in related academic fields to discuss the issue of AI and poor reach gaps. And these 10 scholars agreed almost consistently, at the present stage, the technology progresses, especially the development of AI technology, already become a very important force to broaden the income inequality in USA. The Eric Nielsen, he even says, my reading of the data is that technology is the main driver of the recent increases in inequality, is the biggest factor. The biggest factor. In China, also some economic scholars did some research on these issues, but we don't find the agreement among them. Some scholars say the effect is positive. That means can narrow the gap in income inequality. But other scholars will say the effects may be a negative. That means will broaden the income inequality. But among the most of them, I think it's agreed that the new technology progress will broaden the inequality of income in not so long future. But maybe when these kinds of technology very developed, then these kinds of technology will narrow the income inequality. But I don't know it's true or not. And now the sociological don't give any the attention, attention to these issues is very pitiful. And in this PPT, I find we can talk about these impacts through three perspectives. The first perspective is the functional perspective. That means the functional effect of AI industrialization and income distribution means the measurements of the distribution effect of AI industrialization and income proportions of different production elements. For example, the labor, the capital, the management, the technicals, the digital, like that. So the key point of this perspective is the capitalization degrees of the applications of AI technology, including the capitalization gaps, which reflects the efficiencies of investment in all AI technology, and the capitalization burdens or widths, which reflects the scales or scope of AI industrialization. In other words, for example, to cover how many industries, how many enterprises like that. And that's because of the time, so I just scan very quickly. And the second perspective is the scope. I think maybe the scope perspective is more exact for these kinds of analysis. So-called the scope perspective will mainly analyze the changes in the income differences among different social groups or classes based on the AI industrializations. Like the traditional technology progress, all AI will be complementary. Okay. Now, soon. Okay. Okay. AI will be complementary with higher skilled laborers. The industrializations will create more and better employment opportunities or posts for higher skilled laborers, and therefore increase the demands for these kinds of laborers. Instead, decrease the demands for the lower skilled laborers, which will form a kind of effect called as post-polarization. And the post-polarization effect will broaden the income gaps based on posts. And it is, in other words, that the post-polarization effect is developing from traditional industries to new services, and from developed countries to developing ones. AI is replacing a lot of service posts with middle or lower incomes like that. So the McKinsey Global Institute shows that about 13% of wages may be transferred to those jobs with high cognitive capacity or high digital skill. That means the common working class will lose about 30% of their income in future. That means these kinds of, these proportions of income will give to those people with higher skilled, higher cognitive capacity. I mean, the capacity or digital ability like that. So it's the second perspective. The third is so-called heterogeneous perspective. Something wrong, sorry. That means, for example, the disparities between different genders and between the rural and the urban residents, and between different industries or sectors of economy, and between different ownership enterprises. For example, in China, these things in China is especially important. Just as you know, in China we have different ownerships of the enterprises. Yeah, the state owner, the private owner, collective owner, like that. So between different ownership, I think the income gap is different. So according to some research, in the state-owned enterprises and the foreign-owned firms, income inequality broadening effect not so significantly, but in private-owned sectors, this effect is very significant, very obvious. And also, we also can find the special differences and global differences. So all of these kinds of differences or disparities or inequality need our attention, need our careful research. And it's just a start, as a beginning. And I think we should do more and more and very very profound research on these kinds of topics. Just because we want to, our world will become how to say, very more and more harmonious, more and more beautiful, and like that. Thank you. Sorry, the time.
Obrigado, Ching Wenjing. That's a pretty scary message you had, but it's a big alert. Now we've had the infrastructure changes here, And now we go to the superstructure changes, maybe mentalities. And Zhang will give a talk. We've negotiated she's going to reduce the time of her talk because we have all sorts of important other discussions going. And so Zhang is trained in psychology, but works in the Institute of Sociology of CASS. I mean, it's quite an interdisciplinary institute. And the changes in the sense of fairness of Chinese citizens. Yes, you can try 15 minutes.
Okay, I'll try my best. Hello, everyone. I'm Yan from the Institute of Sociology, the CASS, and although I'm run out of time, maybe, and I would like to thank the center for giving me the opportunity to give a lecture, a presentation here, because this new, I have had a video call with my son. I tried to introduce this content to him, and I started to find out that we are like the opposites. Like here is daytime in Brazil and it's nighttime in Beijing. And here is spring and is autumn in Beijing. So we are so different and so far away. But this center brings us together and to talk about our research interests and to have discussions. And my research interest is focused on social mortality and social change and cultural psychology. Sense of fairness is just a small area that I'm interested in, but I think it's very important because sense of fairness and the subjective evaluation of the degree of social equity by the public is one of the most important indicators of social stability. Professor Chen talked about the objective inequality, and I will talk about the subjective sense of fairness. And as Martin White regarded that the sense of fairness is the sign of social volcano. Like if the social sense of fairness is low, then people will be angry and the society will be unstable. So I think the sense of fairness is important, but what is sense of fairness? In this study, we are talking about the sense of fairness as the overall sense of social fairness, that is the perception of the fairness toward the whole society. But fairness is quite different from equality because equality emphasizes the absence of disparities or differences among people. While fairness recognizes that different people may require different treatment in order to achieve true equality. For example, if we pay all the people the same, no matter what work they have done, is equality, but is absolutely unfair. Yeah. So in traditional China, we have an idiom called 不患寡而患不均 means that do not worry about scarcity, but rather about uneven distribution. So maybe long ago, Chinese people cares about distribution, but for some scholars, they studied the Chinese culture and found that 均 in Chinese culture does not mean equality. Rather, it means the overall reasonableness and the degree under the established hierarchical order. So it's more like fairness rather than equality. And that's why some researchers found that since the reforming and opening up policies in China, the economic equality in China increased, but also increased the sense of fairness of Chinese people. So they think why equality increased and so that the sense of fairness, they think maybe they took a cultural perspective and think maybe it's because the Chinese citizens have high tolerance in equality. But we would like to answer to what extent can Chinese citizens tolerate inequality, and in what situations can they no longer tolerate inequality? to answer these questions, we did several studies. And the first study, we divided the period into 4 stages according to the distribution and economic wealthy. Like the stage 1 is before 1949, before the the People's Republic of China was founded. We think the economy is poor and uneven. And the stage 2 is from 1949 to 1978, when the society become more and more even. And then since the reform and opening up policies till now, the economy of China had rapid development, but so that the inequality of the economy. So we call it wealthy and uneven stage. But now we are going toward common prosperity. We're picturing a society that is wealthy and even. So we call it a stage 4. And we use the data from Chinese General Social Survey and the Chinese Social Survey from 2006 to 2017. As you can see, we don't have data set that before 1949. So we used the HAPC model, which has an important hypothesis, that is, the early childhood experiences affect later adulthood. So we can try to find out the cohort differences to see whether people born in different cohorts, born in the 4 stages, will have different sense of fairness. And we treated the age as level 1 variable, period, and cohort as level 2 variables. So we solved the collinear problems of age, period, and cohort. And those are the variables we used in the study. Demographic variables and macro variables such as Gini coefficient, GDP were controlled. And here we can have a quick look at the age difference, the year differences. You can see that in the about the age over 15 years old, the sense of fairness increased significantly. And as to the year differences, it had 2 peaks at 2008 and 2015. After 2008, the sense of fairness decreased, and then after 2013, it increased significantly again. But what we are most interested in is the cohort differences. And you can see here of the 4 stages for people that born before 1949, in a society that is poor and uneven, their sense of fairness is relatively low. But for people born around 1949 to 1978, their sense of fairness increased a little bit and then also decreased. And then for people born around after 1978, their sense of fairness increased and also decreased after that. But the highest sense of fairness comes for the Chinese youth who are born at the late 20th century. We are thinking they are in a society that is going toward common prosperity. So in this result, you can see that economic development and distribution are both important for the sense of fairness. If you are living in born in a society that is poor and uneven, your sense of fairness will be the lowest. And if in a society that is wealthy and even, it may be the highest, have the highest sense of fairness. But we also would like to study again about the period change. And so, as to what exactly is the relationship between inequality and the sense of fairness. So this time we added one more data set, that is the data from Chinese Social Mentality Survey, so that we can have more time period to study. And we use the hierarchical non-linear model because we assume that the relationship of inequality and the sense of fairness is non-linear. For example, if the society is too equal, you may also have a low sense of fairness. But if it is highly unequal, you may also have a low sense of fairness. And that's the variables we controlled. And as you can see in here this line is the change of Gini coefficient, that is the change of inequality. And the true lines in gray are the change of sense of fairness. One is controlled, but the other one is without control. And you can see before 2010, the Gini coefficient and the sense of fairness is more like negatively correlated. When the Gini coefficient increased, the sense of fairness decreased. But between 2010 and 2019, the Gini coefficient and the sense of fairness were positively related. Even though the Gini coefficient increased, but the sense of fairness also increased. We think that maybe this period is when China is in rapid development and in high-speed growth, and the GDP per capita have passed the $5,000. And then after 2019, when the Gini coefficient decreased, but the sense of fairness also increased. So it seems like that the GDP growth may moderate the relationship between inequality and sense of fairness. So we checked out the relationship, but it seems not very clear. You can see in this picture, the two above curves when the GDP growth was high. So when GDP growth was high, like above 1 or 2 standard deviation, the relationship of inequality and the sense of fairness were an inverted U shape. So it means that when the Gini coefficient was moderate or low, people can tolerate it. With the increase of inequality, the sense of fairness will also increase. People can tolerate moderate or low inequality. But when the Gini coefficient is high, people cannot tolerate anymore. Their sense of fairness dropped. However, when the GDP growth was low, things changed. Their relationship changed from an inverted U shape to a U shape. When people cannot tolerate low and moderate economic inequality, with the increase of Gini coefficient, the sense of fairness dropped. But a strange thing is that when the Gini coefficient was high, people's sense of fairness goes up. So it seems very strange. And we think that it may be because of the high income in groups, since when the GDP growth is low and the inequality was high, it was the high income groups that benefited the most. So we checked out the differences between income groups, and you can see here in this picture, the straight line, the negative relationship line is when the GDP growth was high and the increase of Gini coefficient will decrease the sense of fairness of high income groups. But when the GDP growth was low, this line, when the GDP growth was low, the increase of Gini coefficient will also increase the sense of fairness for high income groups. So it seems like when the GDP growth was high, high income groups are willing to share the fruits of development with other people. They prefer a more equal world. But when GDP growth was low, they prefer a more unequal world. They do not want to share the fruits of development with low and middle income groups. So here comes our conclusion of study 2. That is, economic development can reduce the negative impact of inequality on the sense of fairness when the GDP growth was high, they can tolerate moderate or low inequality. This was the tunnel effect proposed by Hitchman and Rothschild. They think that seeing other people like next to you in another tunnel, they are running faster and faster, will bring you a kind of hope that my car will run as fast as they are in the future. However, if the GDP growth runs down, decrease, seeing other people next to you running faster and faster will make you started to doubt that will me run as fast as they are in the future. Maybe I will never catch them. So you will get angry and the society will be unstable. And but economic development can increase the tolerance of inequality. And the willingness of high-income groups to share the fruits of development depends on the level of economic development. So when the economic is in high-speed development, they are more willing to share the fruits of development with low and middle-income groups. And the last question we want to answer is whether social welfare can play a role in this situation. Since social welfare aimed to create an equal world, to reduce the social inequality. So we built this theoretical framework, and we think that economic development, social welfare, and social equality will moderate the relationship between social economic status and the sense of fairness. Here, we only used the data set from CGSS so we can remove the differences of different data sets. And in this study, we put the data from different time together. So we didn't treat year as level 3, but we use pre-visual data to simulate social change. So these are the variables we used, like sense of fairness, demographic variables, and the social economic status. We used the household income, that is family income, and economic development is the GDP per capita. And we also use the principal component analysis to generate an index to indicate social welfare, which including like house welfare and healthy welfare, education welfare, and public services. The social equality is the adverse of Gini coefficient. So use 1 to minus Gini coefficient. Here is the results. You can see that when social welfare was controlled, social equality has no longer significant impact on the sense of fairness. But the GDP per capita and the social welfare can significantly increase the sense of fairness. And as to the interact effect, the coefficient of interact effect means when it's positive, it means that it can increase the sense of fairness of middle income groups or high income groups more than the low income groups. So it enlarges the differences of sense of fairness of different income groups. So you can see here, GDP per capita and social welfare enlarged the sense of fairness differences among different income groups. But social equality here now, again, has no significant impact. So we think that social welfare matters. It can, in average, increase sense of fairness, but requires equitable access. Social welfare should increase sense of fairness of all different groups the same. And to the conclusion, we think that Common prosperity is a safety valve for social volcano. As in the tunnel effect of Hitchman, they think that when the economic is developing, the economic will be also become more and more unequal. But at that time, sense of fairness will also increase because people have that kind of hope for the future. But when the economy is recessing, for the tunnel effect, they think inequality will still increase, but at that time, sense of fairness will decrease. However, if we can try to get common prosperity when economic is recessing, it can create a safety valve for social volcano because it will reduce inequality. Then it can increase sense of fairness. So this is our conclusion for the 3 studies. And I have also put other works of mine in sense of fairness in this book called For a Fair World, the change of sense of fairness of Chinese citizens in the perspective of social change. But the book is in Chinese, but I'd like to hear more comments and discussions from you. Thank you.
Okay, so we have 10 minutes now to thank you very much for being so fast with your presentation. I'm sure, and it's fascinating, all the variables you are working on. And I know Raquel, I can see her, the way she's thinking about some things. But first I pass to Celio and then to Raquel, or if you want to invert the order, you're quite welcome. You have to finish.
Okay. Acho que está funcionando. Well, thank you, Professor Chen Guanjing, Professor Yang, for the wonderful lectures. It's a pleasure to receive all the group of CASS here again after 5 years. We met this year in Beijing, but receiving you here in Brazil, it's a long time. So I would like first to emphasize my satisfaction in comment on such an interesting work as one of presented by Professor Guanjing. I think that his talk brings us a series of issues for discussion, and I will highlight just some aspects due to the time, but also because it's a perspective from an economic point of view, or at least for the international political economic perspective. I have a unpublished paper where I try to understand how the artificial intelligence has been central to China's development strategy for several reasons. The first, the importance of that innovation has had in the new Chinese strategy, what people call the innovation-driven development strategy of China. Since AI is a general purpose technology, and it is linked to other technologies like 5G and cloud computing, that it's at the center of the fourth industrial revolution. This is central for China development strategy. So this is why China is betting very strongly in AI. Secondly, due to the need to transition, or the need of China to move from a less capital-intensive model of development to a more knowledge-intensive model of development. Also, because this old model that was very intensive in investments in infrastructure and heavy industry, such as steel or cement or oil and chemical industry, has had a very strong impact in terms of emission, carbon emission, and China needs to change to a more green model of development. And finally, because AI is very important for China in facing some major social challenges. For example, in the health sector, the use of AI to attend people in the rural areas that they don't have some kind of structure in the urban cities, urban regions. It's a way to overcome these challenges. So the information that Professor Guanjing bring to us show that China has indeed made significant progress in several sectors of activity. But at the same time, his lecture brings some worries about the impact, especially the social impact of this adoption of AI. It showed that there's a really important concern about the social impacts and the increasing of polarization in terms of income and employment, especially due to the fact that AI could potentially eliminate jobs in the middle of the occupational and income structure. So I think that he called the attention that this issue should also mobilize researchers, not only in China, but also here in Latin America. This is a lot of space researchers for researching in human and social science here in Brazil. Of course, here in Brazil, we have a lot of progress that some technical areas like engineering or computing are doing, trying to foster development of AI in terms of algorithms, model of large language models, but less has been done, at least as far as I know, on the issue of social inequality and social science here in Brazil. So I think that this is a research agenda that still needs to be developed, especially because Brazil, after almost 7 years after China launched the AI strategy in China, that was in 2017, just this year, Brazil launched his artificial intelligence plan. So, what's the impact of this technology in Brazil? What is the capacity of our business system to incorporate AI? What are its impacts in terms of social inequality? There's a lot of open research that we need to advance. And I would like just highlight one aspect that was mentioned by Professor Guanjing, and that I don't know if I could just to show just one. No. I would like just to show one aspect that Professor Guanjing highlighted. No, I think that is Ricardo. A apresentação tá aqui? Ah, não. Que eu coloquei uma apresentação aqui. Não sei se o Ricardo. Ah, não. Não? Ah, tá. No, it's just one slide that is related to one aspect that Zhang Guanjing mentioned, that is the inequality between countries. He talked a lot about the impacts within countries, within regions, the impact in gender inequality, but also I think that it's important to highlight the impact on countries' inequalities. So I just like to, just one aspect, because I would like just to show you what we've done in this work. We analyzed some aspects of AI publications in several countries, AI patents, AI corporate investments, and try to make a cluster analysis during 2010 and 2020. And looking for the data, it's possible to see clearly that Latin American countries stay as a group that we called left behind all the time. And China start in the middle of the distribution, in the middle cluster, and very fast goes to the farthing ahead, the leader countries with the United States. So what is the conclusion of our study is that, given that it's just, just one very fast. Mais para frente. Isso. Mas pode ir. Pode ir. Yeah, this one. Yeah, just to show is that China was in the middle group here during in 2010, about 2010, and jumped to the farthing ahead group, and Latin American countries stay just in this part of the countries that we called left behind. So this is the main conclusion, that AI, of course, opens a lot of opportunity, but also in terms of inequality between countries, the gap between with countries, or even countries that have a strong AI strategy, like China, and Latin American countries, the challenge is very, very, very big for us. So I think that it's just a very general view, but I think that we need to study more about that, because it's a risk that we stay not only with this impact of inequality inside Brazil, but also to widen the gap between Brazil and Latin American countries and US and China. So this is just my general comment. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Tom. First of all, I would like to thank you all my Chinese colleagues for coming here at Unicamp. It is a pleasure to welcome all of you. And secondly, I would like to thank you for your presentation in the sense of fairness for Chinese citizens. I understand that one of the main reasons for this meeting among colleagues from our two institutions is to find points of common interest for future research. And upon learning of the title of your presentation, I understood that a good way to find these points would be to briefly present data on Brazilian citizens and their relationship with the notion of equity and social justice, which I am considering as a possible approach to the notion of fairness here. I will only make a few observations in the hope of outlining some common points of analysis for future development. Maybe we could try to make some research together. We use different variables. And as I saw the presentation, I thought, how could the variables you use to be considered in the Brazilian case? One of the main themes regarding the construction of levels of well-being for population Despite the structural transformations observed in recent years in the economy, in relations with the state and public institutions, and in technological changes, remains social inequality. We know that the notion of fairness or social justice is contextually established and is impacted by culture, social structure, and the legal system itself. And although John Rawls brought to the current debate on justice the fundamental principle that there should be equality among all members of society and that there should be limitations of social inequalities given priority to the distributive principle, the contemporary context in which new discussions and new social, cultural, and political themes emerge, specific identitarian movements such as racial movements, gender movements, confront democracies with the question of how to guarantee legal universalism, which is based on the principle of equality and all before the law, and at the same time enact specific laws to protect minority and discriminated groups, which can be seen as a privilege and a failure to consider universalism. Previous studies by other Brazilian colleagues on values in relation to social justice. These are the difference between our two works. I work with values and you work with all these variables, hard variables. Show a broad recognition of Brazilian society as extremely unequal, in which the desire for a fair society stands out, with a social structure that is predominantly constituted by large portions of middle-class segments. In fact, in a secularly unequal society like ours, with high permanent poverty rates and where humanitarian values acquire a general normative position, socioeconomic inequalities occupy the general basis of the sense of equity and social justice. The perception of inequality and its inadequacy in a democratic society is a predominant notion among Brazilian citizens. The data from a national survey we conducted in 2018 show this trend. Primacy of the economic dimension in Brazil. And you must see, the questions were, Brazil must first resolve the economic issues that affect the entire population, then it can think about issues that affect the minorities, such as race and gender. Democracy will only be true when it ends poverty, and only economic growth can guarantee people's social well-being. Furthermore, the perception that society distributes opportunities unequally between the rich and poor is a value shared by the different social segments of the population. And as you see here, the sense of fairness and the need for an egalitarian society. So you see, figure 2, in any situation, poor people should have more chances than richer people. All this in 2018. And the other one in 2022, how Brazilian social groups are treated in Brazil. And as you may see, 86.2% consider this not fair. In fact, since inequalities are explicit and to a large extent frequently reported in the media, the climate of recognition of inequality is widespread, which has, in its turn, an impact on the levels of satisfaction with the function of democracy. Please, yes. In this way, this perception and recognition of inequality is the basis for supporting and legitimizing public policies for income redistribution in the country, which have been implemented over 25 years and by different governments. It supports the idea that the opportunities that society provides should prioritize the poorest. So it's the data about the favor or against the Brazilian Bolsa Família or family grant. This is a characteristic that marks the normative framework of Brazilian society. But there is an important aspect to be observed. Despite the humanitarian normative framework and despite redistributive public policies reinforcing the role of the state in transforming the context of inequalities, previous studies have found that significant portions of population consider the overcoming inequality is above all result of individual effort, weakening the importance of the role of the state and government policies. This has a certain impact on the sense of fairness, according to which it is society that regulates itself rather than actions and policies implemented by the democratic state. Besides, and is even more important, this does not necessarily translate into a broad sense of justice or fairness for citizens. It is limited to the socioeconomic dimension and does not reach the dimension of recognition of specific identities and groups guided by identitarian struggles. I choose to present here only one side of these distinct scenarios. It's notable, please. It's notable that the same notion of equity and social justice does not reach the dimension of combating racial inequality. You may see half of the population considers that affirmative actions aimed to combat racism are not fair. And the other one, 2018 and 2022. So to be quick here, in a still very partial reflection, in Brazil, the recognition of inequality is mostly normative. Objective policies that confront the chances and opportunities between whites and non-whites in a society with a scarcity of opportunities have strong objections, in this case, confronting an egalitarian society and a meritocratic society. The perception of fairness is still very much tied to the assumptions of material and economic well-being. The paradigm of material transformation of society to achieve collective well-being affects the notion of democracy and the basis of support for democratic regime and relegates identitarian issues to a lesser role. In other words, we have not achieved our post-materialist revolution, but our data still deserves further analysis. So maybe we can do this analysis together about China and Brazil in a comparative project. Thank you very much.
Celio just said to me, this is very important because this afternoon we have established two research agendas. One on artificial intelligence, where our economics, or Professor Guanjing said to me, yeah, but he's an economist, but that's not what economists normally talk about. And I said, yeah, but that's the Unicamp School of Economics that tries to bring in human beings. And so, I understand. And so, because he said to me, that's interesting because it's close to what we're thinking, but he's an economist, and economists don't normally think. And then, of course, just listening to Raquel, thank you so much, Raquel, for doing that work. Because I said to Guanjing, I said, you've got control of all these databases and things, so maybe you could twerk your variables and things and to get to some kind of intercultural understanding of this. And this is quite, for someone who's been struggling for a number of years to find these kinds of agendas, I tell you, that is, and Chun-Ling, I'm seeing her, Chun-Ling has always been saying, how do we compare? What do we do? I mean, this is her big problem. What does it mean? I think, Chun-Ling, you must be very happy with this. Yeah. So there we are. The two coordinators are happy, so everybody. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. This one is finished. Now we're going to have we were going to have a 10-minute break. Shall we just go straight through? Yeah, I think so. Maybe you have a cigarette. Huh? But yeah, I think we try going straight through and to the next one. So I'll call the next group to come now. Celio, you stay here, yeah? And and ask Barbara, or maybe Rafael Gias, please come up here. Ronaldo Almeida, Raquel stays here, and then we ask Professor Zhang Fei to come up also, yeah? Now, here what we, yeah, so, this is, yeah, I think so. So Guanjing, you can go back. Yeah, you go down. And I think we get, I can not have a seat, please. Yeah. Now, what we had Marco Aurelio Santana was going to give the first talk, and yesterday he told my father is in hospital, and it's not very good. So he basically had written his talk. We were talking, and I asked Barbara to read it because it's about the origins of this cooperation that come through the Chinese Sociological Association, please, Professor. The Chinese Sociological Association and the Brazilian Sociological Association. So this is something we don't normally think. We just think universities and things together, but it's an interesting story. Maybe you might just want to summarize it and we can publicize it or something. The Barbara is a colleague from the sociology department, and she works on labor and women's issues. And Marco Aurelio asked her to do that. So you can either read it or just say what it says, because it's a written text.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just here, as Tom already summarized, speaking on behalf of Marco Santana, which is the first secretary of Brazilian Sociological Association. He couldn't be here with us, unfortunately. But he sent a message, and I'm also director of SBS at the Brazilian Sociological Association. So I will read the text. I think it's easier to summarize the main points he wanted to share with you. So imagine I'm Marco now. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Brazilian Sociological Association, I would like to greet the members of the panel, Gui Chen Guanjing and Li Peiling, former presidents of the Chinese Sociological Association, CSA, Carlos Benedito Martins, former president of the SBS, and Ni Chunling. I'm sorry if I'm mispronunciation the names, who has been with us so many times at SBS congresses. I would like also to welcome the holding of this second CASS-Unicamp meeting, which celebrates the renewal of the agreement. It's a very important initiative, and in the sequence of activities that have already been carried out by CASS in order to pave an increasingly solid path in academic relations between Brazil and China. Our scientific association, today chaired by Edna Castro, who couldn't be here also, has participated in these academic relations efforts with representative institutions of Chinese sociology since its initial moments. Tom Doyer's presidency at SBS took the first steps in this direction in 2004 and has since supported initiatives in this direction. Several visits were made by our members to China, joint activities were organized, publications were produced, and ties were strengthened. Much of this had to do with institutional commitment, but also with the personal dedication of Tom Doyer, who has been actively encouraging this approach for around 2 decades. I briefly mention here that Brazilian Sociological Association organized activities with the CSA at the ISA congresses in Gothenburg, Yokohama, Toronto, and Melbourne, and Buenos Aires Forum, among others. Our former presidents, for example, Ailis Barreira and César Barreira, were in China. Others, such as Célia Scalon, José Vicente Tavares, and Soraya Cortez, have published in China. Marco himself participated in one of the collective works that brought together, among other researchers from both countries, in the Handbook of Social Stratification in the BRICS countries. Our scientific association, the Brazilian Sociological Association, already maintained clear links with the internationalization process, but in a certain way, largely oriented towards the United States and Europe. Despite being very important, the need for this experience to be added to a much broader and more diverse set of other experiences and realities has become more and more clear. The BRICS seemed like an interesting and fruitful path. Therefore, opening, maintaining, and expanding academic dialogues with universities, research centers, and Chinese researchers in its most and varied forms is a very rich path that needs to be increasingly part of our association's plans in the sense of its internationalization actions. Our commitment is to reinforce these ties in a progressively organic way and intensify academic exchanges between Brazil and China. Exchanges and circulation of researchers, joint events, publications in both countries and internationally, and the explorations of comparative perspectives. An extremely important point is the organization of courses so that at different levels, students from both countries can benefit from those exchanges. Despite their specificities, the sociologies of both countries has a lot to offer to each other. Many convergences, themes, and dynamics that bring them together. Understand sociology as an important tool for understanding the other. In this sense, the Brazilian Sociological Association maintains its commitment to developing and strengthening this relationship, knowing that the second CASS-Unicamp meeting is another important part in the implementation of this whole project. He thanks everyone, and this is the message of Marco.
That message was also approved by the president of the Brazilian Sociological Society. So that's an institutional commitment. And 5 years ago, there was a plaque made to celebrate 10 years of working together. And it was interesting. It was in Chinese and in Portuguese, no English on the plaque. It had the two languages. So now we move on to Rafael Dias, who is a associate professor in the Faculty of Applied Sciences of Unicamp. It's in another city, Limeira. And in any case, he's basically these days, is an advisor in the international relations for Unicamp. And his research is around technologies for social inclusion, science, technology, and power, technology and democracy, comparative scientific and technological policy. I'm giving everyone 6 minutes, and 1 minute before the time finishes, I give you a piece of paper saying 1 minute, please. Okay?
So, yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Dwyer, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a very warm welcome, especially to our colleagues from the Chinese delegation who made a very long, exhausting trip to be here. So we really appreciate it. And I'm personally very, very happy to see you here. So as Professor Dwyer mentioned, I am a professor in applied social sciences at another campus. And just one curious fact is, but you see what I mean with it, is that in a few hours, I should be in Limeira, this other campus, other city, teaching a course for undergraduate students is in Introduction to China Studies. And to my surprise, I would say, I have week after week met a group of more than 60 students on a Friday night every week who are very happy to discuss themes related to Chinese economy, Chinese culture, Chinese political system. And so that's a very nice illustration of how much our young students, undergraduates and graduate students, are very interested in knowing more about China. So it's not easy to have 60 people attend your class on a Friday night, but it's been the case. So it really has to do more about this interest in China, I would say, than my skills as a professor. But it is also symptomatic as to how much interest our community is in knowing more and doing more with our Chinese partners. So Unicamp nowadays has more than 50 standing agreements with Chinese institutions. Most of them are bilateral agreements for research and student exchange, staff exchange. And some of them are very mature, I would say. So we are having this very important seminar under one of these agreements, which we will be renovating very soon. And besides the agreement with CASS, we also have some very strong, very mature partnerships with important Chinese universities. We host a Confucius Institute partnered with Beijing Jiaotong University. We have scholars and students who are doing research with Fudan University, Peking University. So these are just some examples of how mature our institutional partnerships with Chinese universities and institutions currently are. And this has to do a lot with what the GEBC has been doing, Professor Tondoya, Professor Celso, Professor Meneghello, and others. We know these partnerships, they don't just happen. You have to put a lot of effort in it from all sides. And we're in a place right now, institutionally, I would say, where we have this potential for taking further steps. As Professor Dwyer noted, we just had 2 new agendas for research discussed previously, and we have certainly other areas to explore. We've been having a very good exchange in the Arts Institute with Chinese institutions, for example. We have been discussing potential cooperations in energy research, engineering, sustainable transitions, and there are also other fields which hold a lot of potential, such as medical sciences, health and society, sports, so on. So there's a lot of shared interests, I would say, from both sides, which we can explore in a very transversal, interdisciplinary way. And I think that we're in that moment on our internationalization strategy in cooperation with Chinese partners, in which we can move forward along those lines and even involve other partners in Latin America and in Brazil especially. There are many institutions who are also committed to the same kind of interest which we note in Unicamp. So that's a very brief overview. I just wanted to highlight some of the main points, but the main message here is that we are in a very interesting place right now and have a lot of potential to develop from this very rich cooperation that has been built from the ground up by our colleagues on both sides. So with this, I conclude, and thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts. Thank you. Okay. I would like just to add some comments to Professor Tom and Professor Rafael. as not only as the director of the Institute of Economics, but also as the coordinator of the Brazil-China study group here at Unicamp. I think that it's a moment here at Unicamp to give and go one step further what we have already written in our partnership with our Chinese colleagues. And basically, I think that we need to go ahead, especially in some topics where we can really advance in terms of research cooperation and joint research, and also, of course, with some kind of exchange of students and scholars. But I would like to highlight 3 dimensions from the economic perspective that I think that we can foster this research agenda in a kind of joint research or something like that. First, it's related with the new aspects of the changes in the global order. We are changing from a world that was what some scholars call the unipolar world, where the world was somehow organized along the power of the United States and its influence in the global institutions like IMF or World Bank. But it's clear that this world is changing. We are going to a more, some scholars say, a multipolar world. And in this world, it's important to advance in terms of which is the role of China and also the countries here in Latin America. What can our cooperation go ahead and have some kind of joint policies for open some space, policy space in the international order, especially for us here in Brazil and Latin America. So I think this is the one research agenda that's open, the way that we can cooperate to change the global order, to have a more voice in terms of the climate change challenges in the new conflict that we are seeing all around the world. The second one, of course, and I think that we have some kind of taste of what can be done in joint research, is a kind of economic and social comparative analysis. I always say that China and Brazil has a lot of common challenges in terms of inequality, in terms of industrial development, in terms of technology, in terms of natural resource use, in terms of energy transition. So I think that economic and social comparative analysis are an avenue that we can follow on very fast. And of course, the third one is in terms of bilateral relations. Brazil and China has a growing trade relation. China is the first trade partner of Brazil, is one of the most important investors in Brazil. But also, I think that we need to go further to explore new topics. For example, cooperation in terms of scientific and technological areas, in terms of space for agreements in terms of the technology that are related to the fourth industrial revolution, and so on. So I think that these 3 aspects are topics that we can go very fast in this aspect that Rafael said, to go beyond what we are read in the past years. So thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite Professor Ronaldo Almeida. He is the person in this institute who is responsible for thinking about international relations. It's the first time in my time in the institute we've had someone on this kind of job. And Ronaldo's a very interesting anthropologist of religion and secularism as well. So I pass the microphone to Ronaldo. You're having a fight with them?
Yes. Yeah. Por favor. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I would like to welcome our colleagues from China. My name is Ronaldo de Almeida. I'm a professor in the Department of Anthropology and the research coordinator of the Institute of Philosophy and Humanities. I call it IFISH. Okay. Here? Okay. As I was asked to do by Tom Doyer, I'll give you a quick presentation about IFISH, highlighting its internationalization. Tom gave me 6 minutes, okay? IFISH is 6 years old and was part of the formation that University of Campinas. Our undergraduate programs have 3 courses, 6 departments, and over 1,000 students. For the last 5 years, undergraduate students went on exchange programs to 8 different countries in Europe, South America, and Asia. IFISH's postgraduate program has 10 programs of excellence, according to an evaluation by CAPS. The programs offer a total of 17 courses, including master and PhD degrees, and they are national and Latin American references in the humanities and the social science. Although most of our programs have disciplinary characteristics, different research topics are investigated interdisciplinarily in the more than 20 nuclear centers and labs at IFISH, which are the main space for introducing undergraduate and graduate students to research and internationalization. It's important to mention that IFISH sends its students almost totally to Europe and the United States, and it receives students mainly from Latin America and Africa, especially Portuguese-speaking students. IFISH carries out academic activities with various universities around the world. But I would like to highlight a few agreements due to their stability and density. The agreement between IFISH and the Rice University in the US aims to guarantee double degrees for students in history and art history. Agreement with French universities formalize a long-standing cooperation between IFISH and the École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales et École Pratique des Hautes Études. Demographic studies stands out because of Unicamp's prominent position in Brazil and Latin America. It's worth highlighting the cooperation with Universidade Nacional de Córdoba in Argentina, a mobility program for strategic countries in Latin America, the Caribbean, and Africa. Finally, the agreement between Unicamp and the CASS from 2019 to date, we have had at least one student or research carrying out research in China every year. I would like to highlight some of the research topics in which e-fish has the potential to establish collaboration with a foreign institution. Regional climate change is carrying out international research networks such as Indiana University and Michigan State University. China studies slavery, logic, labor, and the art history are highly consolidated with bilateral agreements between Unicamp and the foreign university. e-fish is a recognized expert in gender studies in Brazil and Latin America. And for some years now, e-fish professors have been expanding their research into racism. Finally, ethics and democracy and the right and the far right have gained international prominence as a result of events in global politics. I would like to mention the research being carried out at the Lab of Anthropology of Religion, of which I am the main line of research is to understand the role of religion in this international context of the growth of right-wing political extremism in democratic society, in Latin America and in the US. The basic hypothesis is that Christianity is one of the factors for the transnational spread of right-wing extremism and has become a political identity. Finally, the Institute tends to put together international agreement and host a short-term course. Among many actions, e-fish's proposal in partnership with other Unicamp institutes, such as the Institute of Economics and the Faculty of Education, is to offer more courses in English continuously with the aim of creating the condition for postgraduate students from other countries to be able to complete the credits required for their degrees. It's worth highlighting the role of the e-fish CASS agreement in permanently offering courses in English. That's all. Thank you.
Now it's my time to call Raquel Meneghel or to talk about this. Now, Raquel has obviously a very interesting role because she's not only the coordinator in the university as the pro-rector of postgraduate studies, she's also involved in national discussions about thinking about the future of postgraduate research in Brazil. And this has obviously an international dimension, in which I'm sure she will talk about, even maybe things that are still kites that are flying rather than projects that are actually financed. But some of them are very interesting. So thank you, Raquel.
Well, hello again, everyone. I believe that this roundtable aims to strengthen our institutional relations through new research actions. And from the perspective of the Vice Director of the Graduate Studies at the University of Campinas, we have a wide spectrum of possibilities in different fields of knowledge. Let me just mention the graduate programs that we have, maybe could simulate agreements and other future projects we can do together. The University of Campinas offers 20 graduate programs in the humanities and social sciences, specifically covering the areas of economics, sociology, political science, anthropology, history, philosophy, many of them all in this institute, language studies, demographics, also in this institute, education and administration. Almost all of the graduate programs are considered to have excellency, which is, it means that they have the highest ratings according to the official agency of the country's Ministry of Education. This fact places the University of Campinas as one of the most important institutions in the country in the field of social sciences. Not only because we have been training high-level masters and doctors, but because we have an infrastructure that allows for applied studies, interdisciplinary studies, and in-depth studies of many topics of national and international interest. It's worth mentioning that here at this Institute of Philosophy and Human Sciences, we have one of the most important libraries in Latin America. We have already have some students exchange with CASS, but it's possible to envision a set of potential activities to strengthen our research relations. I have three future maybe projects or actions we could put together. The first one is the expansion of student and professor exchange programs between our two institutions, associated with established research practice to cultivate common interests and shared themes. The fields of sociology, political science, economics, and demographics are potentially promising for investment in research and training of researchers. I believe that the workshop or meeting we are just having here identify these interests, at least two new interests and themes that can be essential for these programs. A second action is, and I guess that it will have an impact on the field of teaching and research, is the creation of an interinstitutional international postgraduate program in Sino-Brazilian studies. Like an international postgraduate program. In this proposal, we would be important to identify the level of training that we want to focus on, whether it's a master's degree or a doctorate or just a doctorate, and in which area it should cover within the scope of social science. This will be a program to be developed in a hybrid format, with part of the teaching being done in person here at University of Campinas and in part at CASS in China, and part of the teaching being done remotely. And the students would have their thesis developed within the thematic research projects defined by the two institutions. This is an investment that the federal government is trying to do with some universities, the considered consolidated universities, that could develop some international projects in the level of graduate studies, graduate formation of researchers. Maybe one of the highlights of this international postgraduate program would be to address the challenges of contemporary society based on an in-depth knowledge of the two great nations involved in the challenges of economic growth and social well-being, Brazil and China. And the third one, last and third one, I believe that should be to encourage joint supervision, joint degrees in the various research areas we which identify our interests. This would be very fruitful for our students, for our teachers to envisage these joint degrees. I believe that this workshop and meeting will identify these interests also in this direction. If I may suggest, I believe that after this very fruitful meeting that we will have today and tomorrow at the University of Campinas, we could schedule a new meeting, perhaps remotely, Tom, and a remote meeting after this meeting in Campinas, maybe a remote meeting, so we could discuss all these strategies that we could do together. To advance these discussions held in Campinas, maybe to be very fruitful, and so we can, how can I say, agitar, to move all these strategies for our two institutions. So that's it. Thank you.
It's my pleasure to introduce the Vice President of the CASS University, Professor Zhang. He's a specialist in communication studies, which is, I've identified in our bricks and all of this work that we've done together. Communication and dialogue is the most complex area that we have to treat. So when I saw that you were the Vice President of CASS University and a specialist in communication, I thought that is really interesting that we should at least share something about this importance given to communication. So welcome to our house.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zhang Fei. You can call me Jeff. A little bit like the pronunciation of my Chinese name, Zhang Fei. So call me Jeff. It's a little bit like Zhang Fei or Jeff. I was promoted as the Vice President 180 days ago. I mean, for half a year ago, I used to be a researcher at the Institute of Journalism and Communication, Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. In most of the conference, I would like to promote myself. Who am I, my research topics, or what I'm going to contribute to my field. But today, my aim is to promote University of Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, not CASS University. It's University of Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. You can call it UCASS.
Okay.
UCASS. I would like to share some of the information about UCASS. First, who or what is UCASS? It was established in the year of 2017. It used to be the Graduate School of Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. And in the year of 2017, the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences integrated the Graduate School and another university. Its title, the name is the Chinese Youth Political Science University. And then integrated into the University of Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. We have a faculty around 1,000, and we have 10,000 students in the campus. And master degree and PhD degree students is the mainstream in our university. The bachelor degree students only have 20%. It means that it's a research-oriented or research-based university. And we have 14 schools, different schools. I found on the PPT, I forgot your name. Hold on. Okay. Almost all of the art and social sciences, for example, sociology, anthropology, and other social sciences are included within our campus. But myself is focusing on international communication studies. One of the topic maybe speaks to one of your research topic is cultural and global cultural studies, something like that. I bring one of the map of our campus. It's a file back, and you can see that our campus is very small. That is the whole picture. The word of panorama Tom has used in the early morning. It's kind of panorama of our campus. And this is the main door from here. And then this is the administration building. And it is a class building. A lot of teachers and students courses here. And my office is here. And this is the library and the gym and all of this. We have still a lot of places to build more buildings. Maybe this file is big enough to to describe our university, but it's too hard to describe your university. It's so big. But our university, our campus is very beautiful and also welcome all of different kind of field and students and faculties to visit us. I've signed almost 116 agreements, cooperation agreements with world-class overseas universities. For example, including University of Oxford, Yale University, University of California, Berkeley, University of Auckland, and so on and so forth. Also, we have lots of exchange programs with, we have inviting world-famous scholars to give lectures on the campus and sponsoring their own faculty abroad. We have a Global Vision lecture series. Some of you or all of you can be invited to join us to deliver speeches in our campus. And we have upheld the concept of a small but excellent in the cultivation of international students, creating very high-end programs. The number of students is not very large in our campus, but we have lots of short-term training programs for Asia and Africa and other countries. We hold an idea that the university is not only a temple of knowledge, but also a bridge for cultural exchange. We're looking forward to invite faculties or professors from our university, from your university to our university, and also invite students to join us for international programs in next few years. And also have a mission from our president. He told me this early morning that if possible, we can sign an MOU in the near future, then our two universities can do more in international exchanging programs. Thank you very much.
Now, for those of you who don't know,
This is a gift for you.
thank you very much. For those of you who don't know, we actually have a course here, a discipline that runs on Monday mornings, where we have one classroom at Cass University and one classroom here in the EFCA. 4 hours of class, they're going to sleep and our people are waking up. This is cooperation across the hemispheres. And so this is, and Lui Chuang, who's up the back here, is the one who I meet him every week in class. And I mean, Salyu has been to the classroom, Michel Nicolau, Leo, I don't know who else in here, but you know, we invite basically a Chinese professor gives a talk, and we always invite a Brazilian colleague to comment on the talk. And we haven't yet got to, you know, the students doing work together and things like this. This is very complicated. You people work very collectively and we work very individually. So I'm not quite sure how this will work, you know, but that's a really interesting initiative, I think. And it happened, everybody's saying, oh, the pandemic was bad, but this was a good consequence of the pandemic. It pushed us to do something so innovative. And what the first group that did the course in Brazil, this course humanized China. They realized that it wasn't 1.4 billion people who all looked the same, but everybody was a human being and had feelings and sensitivities and this. And the other thing was the technical capacity of CASS and Chinese sociology. Very high technical level. You've seen just in the two presentations this morning, Professor Cheng Guanjing, all the time we've been together, he normally is someone who has got lots of statistics to run his presentations with. Today, there were no graphs or anything. This was interesting, but he always has this, when you get down, he goes macro to micro, and he comes up with these wonderful illustrations at a micro level. And now there's a whole generation of young students who are using video and almost documentary type techniques to explain first Chinese society to China. But if we could learn about this a bit better, because it has always got numbers, it's always got ethnographic data, and then it always has an attempt to communicate outside, which I think maybe we communicate in Brazil normally through books. I know anthropologists say, no, we do visual. I know, yeah, okay. But, you know, and I think this is what I always remember. The very first class we had was Lupin in 2021. And he came in with things about the pandemic. And it was actual film of people in the pandemic. And we had one more of Chen Xing from the Political Science Institute, and she had community organization in the pandemic. Very interesting talk. And so they were able to, using very sociological way of thinking about things, which is a universal language, humanize Chinese society for us. And this, I think, is a great element for creating the conditions for peace. Because we have, you know, people are interested in war right now, and certainly interested in separating Brazil from China. You know, you're in the Americas, so you stay with the Americas. But so we have a strategic importance of this kind of exchange, as well as all sorts of other ones. But I think these discoveries were what has led to the renewal of the agreement in part, I think, you know. So that just wanted to, I'm not supposed to talk, you know, but that's what I did there, because that was something, that was a real discovery, you know. Okay. So, we've got 2 minutes if somebody would like to make a question, a comment. Okay, so thank you very much for that. We'll be able to think about this, and you and Raphael. I mean, we put something together. We'll take Raquel's suggestion, I think, because it's easy to talk, but to push things forward. You said that, Raphael, you know, that requires the energy and the work and the vision, I think, you know. And why was this table put in here? Because to give students a horizon of what international exchange is and is like, and for us to talk about this, because our problem is, Chun Ling's in mind, how do we make this go further? Right? We've been working 5 years. How do we make it go further? And thank you, Ronaldo, and the current direction of the Institute for introducing someone who is going to work on the international issue. I think that's an important move forward as well. Okay, so Paul, now the next. So we start the last, this is the second to last, or third to last. Now we're going to have a discussion on, I should probably get Chun Ling to do this, as I'm talking too much, but what's it called? This session is now called Dialogue on Emerging Themes of Potential Mutual Research and Teaching Interest. And so the people who will be talking here this afternoon are Roberto do Carmo. Please come forward. Roberto is a professor of demographics, trained in sociology, has been vice director of this institute and things, and has been to China. How many times? You've been to China? 2 times to China. 1 time went on the invitation of CASS. One time went on the invitation of CASS, and obviously, and demography is, I think, an interesting area. Leonardo is a new professor. He's the newest professor in the Department of Sociology, an urban sociologist. And when we started talking as he came in, just very interesting. He worked on urban sociology and bricks, which interestingly has been a theme that CASS has been promoting, because, you know, we've all got big metropolises and they've all got big problems. So thank you, Leo, for coming along. And then Savio Cavalcanti. Savio's a professor of sociology, also works on stratification research here at Unicamp, and is working on programs that keep people in the university. So that again is an important question. Welcome, Savio. Barbara Castro, who you've already met, but she's also professor of sociology and works on, I said this before, but sociology of work and gender studies. Michelle Nicolau, who's the vice director of our institute and professor of sociology, cultural sociologies of culture. And then Zhang, you come forward, please, and Li Chuan. So we have the two youngest members of the CASS delegation who will come along to talk about this. And you'll notice that everybody here, including Roberto, is I'll get away from the chair. One chair missing, yeah. Okay. So any case, there are two, everybody besides Zhang Yang as sociologists in training, even though Roberto's another thing. You might say, oh, why all of these sociologists? And one of the reasons for this is that with the pandemic, we would normally have had exchange between sociologists from CASS and Unicamp. But with the pandemic, all of this exchange, we just worked with what we had and introducing new things besides you coming in and debating. And he got us out, the laboratory we use. That was Michelle and the direction. They got that. We didn't have a laboratory like that before the pandemic. Please sit here. I will go away. Maybe. Tem mais uma cadeira em algum lugar que eu posso pegar? Aquele azul, talvez. So please sit here. So any case, and the idea is to try and see if we can build what people's research here and how it might connect with CASS and how we can strengthen the dialogue between the sociologies. I mean, all of these people have expressed interest in working with CASS at different stages. Barbara and Michelle both wrote in the last BRICS handbook, which was on social inequality, which is another sort of qualification. So please sit down here, and I'll just sit here in the corner because I'm not as important as you people. Okay, so I said 5 minutes for everybody. Yeah. So Roberto, would you like to start off, please? Here's a mic. Sure. I don't know.
Thank you, Tom. Good afternoon to everyone. It's an honor and a pleasure to receive our colleagues from CASS here at IFISH. I'm sure that this meeting will be a landmark in terms of deepening of the collaboration between CASS and Unicamp. I would like to thank the colleagues from CASS and the China Studies Center from Unicamp to work so hard and for so long to build this collaboration. In special, I thank Professor Tom Doyer for the continuous effort on it. I think he taught today more than 20 years, so it's a very important aspect of this collaboration. As Tom told, I'm a sociologist and demographer, and I would like to start saying that the demographic issues are very important for China and for Brazil. Both countries are facing very important demographic changes, specifically in terms of decreasing fertility, aging population process, and urbanization-related issues. In this context, to understand these changes is crucial in terms of scientific perspectives and also to create public policies to attend different social groups that will be affected by these changes. The members of demography department at IFISH and the Population Studies Center, NAPO, have a strong interest in collaborate with CASS colleagues in research topics like, I think that this is the mission that Tom gave to us today, talk about the research topics. So we are researching about fertility transition, mortality patterns, changes in family and at present, and also in a historical perspective, migration process, national and international perspectives, changes in population age structure, and the relationship between population and environment aspects, including climate change issues. So these are the topics that we are researching right now. In demographic department, we are a group of 8 researchers, and at NAPO, we are, which is the Population Study Center, is another group with more 10 researchers. So these are the group of demographers at Unicamp. We already have contact with researchers at Shanghai University in the Asian Demographic Research Institute, specifically with Professor Liuan Zhang, who is the director of the institute. And I hope that this collaboration in this new moment of CASS-Unicamp collaboration, we can strengthen this in the scope of CASS-Unicamp agreement. Particularly, I have research project called Demographics and BRICS Countries, founded by CNPq, one of the federal Brazilian funding agencies. This project can be used as a seed money to subsidize the building of comparative studies between China and Brazil demographic issues. I hope we can move on these collaboration possibilities in the next few years. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Tom, for this opportunity. Well, my mission here is to give a very quick and panoramic overview on Brazilian production on urban sociology or urban studies, which is a very interdisciplinary topic that we've been developing in the last decades in Brazil. And it's a relatively new field that emerged and institutionalized, especially in the 70s and 80s. And it began mainly with sociologists and urbanists concerned with inequalities in the city. And first, they imported a concept from the sociology of development that were looking at the world, to the capitalism, the world capitalism, and looking for the relations between center and periphery in order to study the city and the relations between center and periphery inside the city. So the concept of periphery became from this importation of this concept from the sociology of development. And they were concerned with the forms of exploitation inside the city. One of the first or the most important book that were published in the late 70s from Lúcio Kovaricki, that's called Urban Spoliation, which he refers as a summatory of extortions that happens inside the city with workers and popular classes. But it was still a very structural read of urban problems. So in the late 70s and beginning of the 80s, anthropologists and ethnographers started doing field work, especially in these poor peripheral communities, to understand new forms of political mobilization, which in that moment, the ecclesiastical communities that was connected to the Catholic Church, especially to the progressive Catholic Church, connected to the theology of liberation, was very important. But also other issues concerning work and the new unionism that was emerging in peripheral areas of São Paulo and other cities was also very important, as much as other issues like informality and working conditions in the city. After the 90s, these social movements that emerged from these initial mobilizations in the 70s and 80s, they started to decline and to institutionalize it themselves in NGOs and other forms of association in order to participate in political channels that were opened by the new democratic government that were elected after the Constitution of 1988. So new problems started to be important for the urban sociology and the urban studies in Brazil, such as violence and criminal organizations in the city, and religion, especially thinking about changes in religiosity with the growth of evangelical Christians, as we have Ronaldo Almeida, who spoke here before, as one of our most important specialists in this field. And more recently, other issues concerning new spaces of sociability and political mobilization started to emerge in the urban studies with the emergence of new cultural collectives and new forms of organizations that are different from the traditional political parties and social movements. They usually are smaller and work in a more horizontal way of organization. And also they bring as a very important issue the identity as a positive issue, the identity of being someone from the periphery. This comes from an influence with the hip-hop movement, black movements, and nowadays they are organized in cultural collectives that organize poetry soirees, recitals, and other forms of cultural activities in peripheral areas. Issues concerning working and working conditions and the way that people are integrating themselves in the market also have re-emerged in the last few years, dialoguing with the neoliberal practices. So concepts like precarity and entrepreneurialism are nowadays important again to analyze the working conditions of poor people that live in peripheral neighborhoods. So to summarize, we have moved from inequalities to political mobilization and working conditions, to violence and religiosity, and nowadays to political mobilization and working conditions again in a different context. It's not that we are replacing one topic by another, but we are adding layers to a field that's in permanent change in order to understand these changes that we are living in the last few years in Brazil. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon for everyone. My name is Sávio Cavalcante. Tom, thanks very much for inviting me to present a little bit of my research. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to summarize the maximum I can. My area of research is political sociology, particularly the study of relationship between the social class and political behavior. And the specific focus of my research is the emergence of new right-wing ideologies in Brazil and their connection with the middle class and petit bourgeoisie in Brazil. The central argument I have advanced is that the far right in Brazil, while it draws on broader and more heterogeneous social bases, only became viable by promoting anti-egalitarian ideologies within the middle class. I would like to explain very quickly this idea because in a very important study on inequality and the sense of justice in Brazil in the 90s, a sociologist called Alberto Cardoso has showed that in the 90s, the middle classes were, mainly the upper middle classes, were the ones most likely to express egalitarian values, while the poorer groups were paradoxically, at the surface at least, more tolerant in relation to inequality. I attempt to show that almost 3 decades later, this scenario has changed. I focus on the new anti-egalitarian ideas produced and put in circulation by middle class, mainly upper middle class. So I try to explain how did this happen. And to conclude, I'm keen to engage in research agendas related to social perceptions of inequality, as we've seen here. Debates over ideas in relation to visions on capitalism and socialism, and the reconfiguration of anti-communist ideologies, because this is most important issue to understand how it's seen by a part of Brazilian society. Thank you very much.
Você é o próximo. A Bárbara é a próxima. Desculpa, Bárbara. Primeiro, pular aqui, que eu achava que tinha essa. Obrigado.
Thank you, Tom, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to share brief but few thoughts about the research I conduct here as a member of the sociology department. So we can take a quick look into the possibilities of collaborations. I have been working with sociology of work and gender, mostly especially with flexibility trends, meaning flexibility of time and its impacts on humans and on women organization of their work share. But I have also been interested in looking into the inequalities trends through the income distribution in Brazil among groups of class, gender, and race. Tom mentioned that I published in the handbook of, I don't remember, yeah, the last book he organized, and I published with Hélène Hirata, which is a French scholar, a chapter about the oscillations of income redistribution in Brazil during the Workers' Party government, which shows some reduction on the wage gap between the groups of gender and race. So there was a light approximation on the gender gap of income and the race gap of income in these groups during this period. And I'm also part of a team of researchers that are interested on measuring the care work in an international comparative perspective. This is a work conducted by Nadia Guimarães at USP, comparing Canada, United States, Brazil, France, and Colombia, trying to understand how the care workers work and the inequalities among their positions in the labor market. And finishing, one of my latest interests is to understand how women struggles in order to build care policies in Brazil. So how they organize in order to demand the redistribution of care work from the family to the state. So these are the main topics I'm tackling around this latest time, and I hope we can share our interests and collaborate in the future.
My turn? Okay. So good afternoon. My name is Michel Nicolau. I work at the Department of Sociology with Tom and most of our colleagues here. And well, thank you very much, Tom, for putting that together. Once again, your work is bringing people together to collaborate. So thank you and congratulations. Well, Tom asked me to talk a little bit about one of our research topics at our department, which is called Sociology of Culture. Of course, it's a very huge and broad topic. So I would just mention some of the topics that we deal with. So at this research topic, Sociology of Culture, we are 9 academic professors working on very different research, such as research on national identity and diversity, research on globalization, racial studies, gender studies, history of intellectuals and history of idea, cultural movements, and culture and territory. Especially Leo now, who is working with culture and the city. If you do know people and you have students with interest to come here, work on these topics, so you're more than welcome and to look for us. Well, I will talk a little bit about what I do. And well, when I first started here, I was working on the topic of globalization and national identity. And when I came close to Tom at the BRICS project, I was working on MIG events, sports MIG events, such as World Cup and the Olympics, and national identity. So that's how I got in contact with some colleagues from different countries, never with any Chinese colleague, unfortunately, but I worked with colleagues from Korea and from England. So countries that held some of the sports MIG events recently, South Africa as well. And then I moved a little bit my research interest after the MIG events. I think that it kind of became old-fashioned, so I moved my interests to work on the topic of culture and inequality. So that's what I'm researching now, the relationship between culture and inequality in a research project which is multicentric and working with people from different parts of the country and universities. It's funded by FAPESP, and also with some colleagues from other countries, especially from France and England and Portugal. So what we are now researching is how culture, what's the role of culture in the process of inequality. Our research is based in São Paulo, in the city of São Paulo, so it's an empirical research which uses different methods such as focus group and survey. So now we just finished our survey in São Paulo. We are collecting the data and working with the data. So the idea is to understand if culture plays any role in the process of producing inequality in the city of São Paulo. It's inspired by some international research. The most famous one is the research which was carried out by Pierre Bourdieu. So it's sort of inspired on this sort of this research. And I believe that soon we're gonna have some data and results to share with you. Once again, if you, I'm still trying to get in touch with the research that you do. That's actually the main goal of this conference. But also, if you do work with these topics on culture that I mentioned, my research or the research of my colleagues, please, would be more than happy to work together with you. Thank you.
Zhang, for a second time today.
Yes, see you again. Thank you. And I think my personal interest is very much clear. And so I'd like to introduce our survey to you. We have, you know that my interest is in social mentality, but social mentality is kind of a very Chinese term, I think, because in social psychology, we have two branches. The first branch is American social psychology, which focuses on the individual psychology. But the second branch is European social psychology, which focuses on the group psychology. Like so social mentality is more like in the European social psychology. It focuses on the group psychology, like the attitudes, emotions, needs, values, and actions of the society, of the groups. So we have a Chinese social mentality survey, which was started in 2006. But at that time, it's just surveys in different areas or provinces in China. And in 2019, we enlarged this survey to be a nationwide representative sample survey. So, and since then we have like 5 rounds of this survey now. And in this survey, we have some normal, we create some indicators for social mentality, like better life index, life satisfaction, and emotions to the society, and the sense of security, group trust, like trust to the government or the police or the court, and the group trust, and social support, a sense of fairness that I have talked about before, and national identity, life stress, and the sense of social mobility, and also the post-material values, life, the sense of life meaning, things like that. And we also have special areas each year to focusing on the change of society. Maybe, for example, we focusing on the people's willingness to marry and to give birth in 2022. And this year, we're focusing on the development of artificial intelligence, like people, the fear about the development of AI. And so I think we can maybe try to find something we can do together as in China and Brazil. And we also have international survey this year is ongoing. Like we are trying to collect data from different countries about like Brazil's perceptions to Chinese people, and other countries like Africa, America, and so on. So I think today, like recall, recommended on my presentation, I think the data we have can compare and have much the same. We can try to find something in common and our common interest to do some great jobs. I think. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Li Chuang from CASS, and
I should have introduced you. Yeah, I'm sorry. He's my co-teacher in the class that we do. He works with Professor Li Chunling. I'm sorry to take the microphone out of your hand, but and he's trained in Loughborough in England, and is a cultural sociologist, and is a specialist in basically the margins of society and how they become central. And so he did the first time he gave a lecture, it was very sensitive. It was about skateboarders, but it wasn't just ordinary sensitive. He started off in Porto Alegre through YouTube and showed this is a profile of a skateboarder in Porto Alegre. And then he went to Chengdu in China, where the pandas come from for most foreigners, but it's much more than that. And showed a skateboarder, also was an emblematic skateboarder, with a relatively similar profile, and then went looking at the market situations and insertions of them. So someone who already comes in to us with a culturalist and comparative perspective and a very fine observer. So, so any case, I'll give you back the mic.
No. Sorry. Yeah. So Tom told me before I came to talk more about our class, and I think it's probably the perfect time to talk more about our class now. Yeah. So I think Tom has already introduced a little bit of our class today, and so I think I'm going to try to expand it a little bit. I think we have gone through, or maybe not yet gone through all three stages, but we have more or less 3 stages of our class. So I think the first stage is from when it first began in 2020, but then because of the pandemic, we only had 1 lecture that year, right? But then from 2021 to 2022, I think was the first stage where Tom would call the process of humanizing China, because in 2021 we had scholars from the Institute of Sociology in CASS, so including Professor Chen Guangjian, Professor Li Chunling here, and also other very established sociologists from our institute to talk about their research about China. But then the second year, we expanded to University of Course China with their perspectives on how they did their research about Chinese societies. So I think that in this process, we got a lot of very good comments from especially Brazilian students to say, oh, okay, so China is very different from what I heard and what I've seen from the mainstream media here. So I think that's the first stage. But then the less, well, I think but at this first stage, it's still more or less like a one-way communication. We only have Chinese lectures talking to the Brazilian students. But then at the second stage, from 2022 to 2023, I think was the stage where we're deepening the understanding about China, not only about the societies, but also about how we do research about China. So during this stage, I think we've got comments from Brazilian students saying that, okay, Chinese sociology is very different from the Brazilian sociology. I think so the students say they are very question-oriented, not theory-oriented. They look at the real social problems, and also some of our scholars had policy-oriented research as well. So it's very practical. And then, but also about how we organize our research, and also not only between scholars, but also between scholars and students, because at this stage we're starting to let the students to come into our class. In 2022, we had a group of students who were involved in one of the three biggest social surveys in our institute, which is called the Panel Study of Chinese University Students. So we had 4 students from undergraduate and postgraduate and doctoral levels. They all participated in our research program, and they showcased their own experiences and their own findings from our research team to the Brazilian students. So I think at this stage, we're trying to kind of like deepening this understanding for Brazilian students about China. And then, but then at this stage, we're still kind of having some problems with, for example, the time limit. Because in 2023, where the first year we had students from UCASS to join us in this class program, we had only 2 classes in China. But here, so which is we have only 2 45 minutes classes in China. But here you have 4 hours. So we don't have enough time to communicate between students. But then, from 2023 to 2024, especially this year, UCASS has given us a lot more freedom. They've allowed us to reallocate our classes. So now we have 3 45 minutes classes each time. So it has given us more time to communicate between the students and also between the comments on the lectures. So also the Chinese students start to learn about the Brazilian perspective. They started to know, okay, so this is what we see as normal activity, but to the Brazilian students, this is very strange. And also the comment, they have more time to listen to the comments from scholars from Brazil. So I think at this stage, we're kind of starting this, we're initiating this momentum towards the collaborative efforts between the both universities. But then we're still working on it, but still we have some problems of trying to understand how we can incorporate 2 very, very different systems. For example, we start from late September and you start in July, right?
Beginning of August.
Yeah, beginning of August. So we always have this, also because of the time difference and the different format. So we're still trying to bridge the gap between the 2 systems, but we're working on on it very hard. And also we're trying to build this collaborative projects between the Brazilian and Chinese students. We're trying to figure out how we can have courseworks to be done together by the two teams from Brazil and China. But we're very positive, especially I think today we're seeing the dawn of the next step. Hopefully we can get this MOU signed very soon so we can have more flexibility and more understanding between the two universities. Yeah, I think that's basically what I have to say about our classes. Perhaps Tom will have more to add to the comments. Yeah.
I would actually like to ask Professor Chunling to speak about this because she supervises Chuang, and I think, and you know, you see it more from a distance and from outside, and you read the evaluations and things. I mean, all of these technical problems. I mean, our system is kind of rigid. We have courses that run right through the semester. Some people, well, why don't we compress them and things like this? Maybe we could compress, you know, and have to negotiate that. But that then gets a problem. It's hard to attract students. And the other thing is, of course, it's very hard to attract students to learn about China, which is one of the reasons why we're using the Brazilian Sociological Society, because it mobilizes its huge amount of students and people. And we have many ouvintes, listeners that come in and doing it, and they're mainly postgraduate students rather than regular undergraduate students. And one of the big problems is also that English, I think, has become less and less common. I mean, I'd have to look up, just give a feeling that English, the lack of attention to learning the English language has become something more ingrained than it was before. People were more favorable maybe to learning English. And we don't see an uptick yet in Mandarin, you know, which would make a whole different world come possible. But Chunling, would you like to say something about this?
Thank you. I just I didn't prepare, but I learned a lot from the speakers, especially in Brazilian professors, scholars, talking about your researchers. It's very interesting, and I think my colleagues will have interest to develop some compared research, and many common interest share. Yeah, I think developed some research program, and but it's better, I think. Our center should to provide opportunities to Brazilian and the Chinese scholars have same interesting to discuss in detail, and then have some ideas to begin some comparative research. So, you know, Tom know we have a plan. Next year is a conference in Beijing. We hope to invite some Brazilian scholars, have some, we make sure some topics. So Brazilian professor can come to Beijing to discuss their interest and find some Chinese professor to discuss, and then proposal some some research we promote that, and I think that is a first step. We so far our center just organized some meeting conference to promote an academic exchange. But I think next step we should promote an cooperation for to research. Just professors, you talk about. I just very interesting. A lot of Chinese scholars have interesting. We can share. China and Brazil now faced some similar challenges. So sociologists can do some research to develop some ideas and policy suggestions to the government. For example, inequality in China is a top topics in sociologists and economists. And in Brazil, it's the same questions that. So I think we can work together to do something, and I hope more and more Brazilian scholars have interest in China and like to do some comparative research on that. Yeah, thank you. And next step is I think we should promote cooperation between the two universities because Professor Zhang have he will want to do something with the campus, such as student exchanges and also professors exchange to teaching program, and also the class in CASS, and now we can move attract more students to countries to join that. Thank you. Yeah, Professor Zhang. Thank you.
We're getting close to the end of our time. I can see that people from, we're going to have an agreement, a signing agreement in about 15 minutes. So, and I can just see the people from the rectoria coming down and stuff. So we get ready. But Michelle, would you like to make a closing? Perhaps you're closest to me. Or you can ask anyone if they'd like to make just final rounding out comments.
It's gonna be me. It's gonna be me. All right. No, I'm not the boss. I was just thinking, like, because you're talking about comparative studies. I think that perhaps that's the track that we should follow, because, like, if we put together some topics that may be of common interest between Brazil and China and organize the research around the topics, I think that maybe instead of like people that have interest in China, but perhaps people that have interest, let's say, it's just an example, in equality, and then carry out research that relates Brazil to China. So starting with the topics instead of starting with the countries. That's what came to my mind, because you said it's difficult to find people that may have interest in a specific country because it's huge, it's broad, it's difficult to understand how. Of course, I have interest in China, but in a general sense, it's difficult to specify. But if you talk about some specific topics, let's say inequality, social classes, you were talking, or city, or gender, I mean, so then, like, put together research that may carry out some comparative efforts. So it's not a final talk. It's just like trying to think on what you said. I think that may be interesting. Like on my side, I would have lots of interest to work on specific topics that may bring together data and efforts on Brazil and China, like when we were discussing the book on the BRICS, it was related to inequality, modernity. So these topics may bring together researchers that may carry out comparative research. So it's not a final comment, it's just like to continue the discussions in order really to get people to work together. And if I have to do a final comment, I just, do I have to? Yeah. So now I just like about then I will wear my hat as the associate director of IFISH, and on behalf of Andrea, who is the director of IFISH and of our community, I would like to thank very much for you to come here, to have interest in what we do, and I hope we really can share teaching, research, and agreements with you, because I really believe that we have lots to share. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Tom, and thank you all. Thank you.
Bom, temos alguns minutinhos, 10 minutinhos antes da cerimônia cerimônia. Então, não vão, por favor, voltem para o reitor, não gosto de sala vazia. So I'm going to say in English now, yeah. But I just, we've got about 10 minutes before we have the signing ceremony, which is kind of a ritual in a way. And so the rector will be coming down. And I just say, please don't all go home, just stay, and we just have something so we get a nice photo they can take back to China and then write some more, give us more money. This is how it works in China, It works in Brazil like this too, because if the room is empty, the rector will say, well, listen, I'm not going to give any money to you, So that means less bursaries and less all sorts of things. So we have to be, yes, Brenda, we have to be entirely pragmatic, yeah. Okay, and I'll just say, no, I've got a closing ceremony before that, but it's been this session worked for me much better than I thought it would. Because I just wanted to bring my colleagues in from sociology, and because Chunling hasn't met them, you've met the SBS crowd, which you know very well, and they have been essentially the base of all of that has been done between Brazil and China since we first met, 2008. It's been SBS essentially, and now Unicamp, we've had the agreement for 5 years and one pandemic that interrupted things, but brought something we had never thought about in any of our plans. And I think that is going, I think, extremely well, the classes together. And so that opens up a real interesting way of cooperation. So in any case, that's where we had, and I really enjoyed the talk before about the institutional channels, because this is, how do we do it? Has always been Chunling. How do we do it? Where do we get the money from? How do we put the projects together? And I'm not very good at getting money and stuff. That's my defect of creation or something. So it's been great to get the people coming in and talking about this reception. And it's certainly, we're going to have some time together over the next couple of days. So we'll probably work through these things and then more distantly. Okay. So thank you very much. This is how we do well.
Wait. And so perhaps the first time in which sitting a ordem. Ah, okay. Não tem chamada para a mesa aqui, tem? Eu não sei. A composition of the program. Ah, ok. Eu vou comer. Eu vou chamar para a mesa, então. Boa tarde para todo mundo. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's with great satisfaction that the University of Campinas welcomes you all to the signing ceremony of the agreement between the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences and the University of Campinas for the renovation of the 2019 agreement that established the CASS-Unicamp Center for Chinese Studies for the period 2024 to 2029. The CASS-Unicamp Center for Chinese Studies brings together researchers from Unicamp and CASS, the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, which is China's most important research institution in social sciences and humanities. And the purpose of this group is to reflect on opportunities and challenges that the rise of the Asian country represents and presents for Brazil, and more specifically for the state of São Paulo. Unicamp is the first and only representative of South America in the select group of higher education institutions chosen to host the CASS Center for China Studies. Universities belonging to the group include the University of the City of New York, CUNY, in the United States, the University of Montreal in Canada, the University of Helsinki in Finland, and the Institute for Political Studies of Bordeaux, Sciences Po in France. CASS's choice of Unicamp is, in part, due to the work of the Brazil-China Study Group created at the university in 2011, a multidisciplinary team of teachers. The group has conducted research, taught, and organized other academic activities
around the consequences of China's rise for Brazil, the renewal of the agreement is due to the work carried out under very difficult conditions over the last 5 years and to the perspectives elaborated about the future. So we've got the composition of the presiding table. We invite you to join the presiding table of the agreement ceremony, the agreement signing ceremony. First, Professor Dr. Antonio José Mireles, magnificent rector of the University of Campinas. Professor Dr. Cheng Guanjing, Vice President of CASS-Unicamp Center for China Studies in China. Por favor. Professora Doutora Raquel Meneghello, Dean of Postgraduate Studies and President of the CASS-Unicamp Center for China Studies in Brazil. And Professor Dr. Li Chunling, Director of the CASS-Unicamp Center for China Studies in China. Consider yourselves an extension of this presiding table for the solemnity. Professor Rafael Dias, who was advisor to the Executive Board of the International Relations Office, Professor Zhang Fei, Vice President of the Graduate School of the University of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, and Professor Dr. Célio Hiratuka, Director of the Institute of Economics at Unicamp, coordinator of the Brazil-China Study Group, and member of the Council of the CASS-Unicamp Center in Brazil. Okay. Pronouncements. Following on with this solemnity, we invite the following people to speak. Firstly, Professor Li Chunling would say some words, please, about the signing ceremony and
it's
the microphone.
Yeah. Professor Mireles, Professor Meneghello, and Guanjing and Tom. I'm very glad to hear, and it's a privilege to be here today as we mark the renewal of the agreement of the CASS and Campinas Center for China Studies. As as the Chinese director of the center, I've witnessed firsthand how our diverse delegation and numerous academic exchange have foster a deeper and a more nuanced understanding between our nations. These interactions have not only allowed us to share China's developed experience, but have also provided us with fresh perspectives on global issues through Brazilian eyes. Looking ahead, we remained committed to maintain an open, inclusive approach that values the contribution of both sides equally. We believe that through our continued joint efforts, CASS-Unicamp Center will play an increasingly important role in promoting balanced academic exchange between China and Brazil, and strengthening the friendship between our students and scholars, contributing to global knowledge. We are excited to continue this journey of mutual discovery and cooperation with you. writing new chapters in China, Brazil, academic cooperation that reflect the best of both our culture and academic tradition. Our sincere gratitude to our host and to all who have contributed to the success of our center. Thank you.
Now, in turn, I'd like to ask Professor Raquel Meniguel, Dean of Postgraduate Studies and President of the CASS-Unicamp Center for China Studies in Brazil.
Dear colleagues, I will have only a few words because I speak it a lot today. We are very glad to be here and we are very happy with this ceremony. And this afternoon, we have excellent discussions, we have excellent presentations, and we really found some tracks to strengthen our institutional relationship, our institutional projects, always trying to strengthen. This is the word, the best word to try here, because we are here since 2019 in this effort at the university, with the first time where this agreement was signed. And now at 2024 and to 2029, we have a lot to do all together in the social sciences, in undergraduate programs that we have already tried to find a track to develop, and with research projects and the exchange of students and professors. So all the ceremony is very significant for all of us, for the university, for this institute, for the social sciences. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for our colleagues from China. That's it. Thank you.
Now I'd like to call on Professor Dr. Qing Guanjing, Vice President of the CASS-Unicamp Center for Chinese Studies in China, to say some words.
Thank you. And I'm very happy and honored to sit here for this ceremony of our agreement between our two institutions. This agreement will open a new trip for the cooperation between Chinese Academy of Social Sciences and Canas University, I think. In the past 5 years, 5 years, I think. Yes, 5 years. Our center have done a lot of jobs to promote the cooperation between us and made a lot of success, I think. So the cooperation between us is successful in the past 5 years. And I also believe in the second 5 years, our cooperation will more successful. And according to the contents of this agreement, we will, we will do more things, more jobs for academic cooperation, educational cooperation, like that. And we also hope that in the next 5 years, our cooperation will be extended to, for example, in CAS, inspired to other institutes. This time, we invite some professors from other institutes and the CASS University. And I think it's very important for us to broaden the scope of our cooperation, not just research on the social issues, also on, I think, the economical, historical, and international relationship like that. So I think it's all of this is, I think, is very important topics for our cooperation in the next years. And also, I think we will open a new trip for the CASS University and Cabinet University. Today, at this time, we also invited the Vice President of CASS University, Professor Zhang, to take part in our forum. And anyway, I should say thanks for all colleagues from Cabinet University, CASS, and the CASS University. And we also say welcome all colleagues from China and from Brazil to work together to make a good future for the relationship between our two countries. Okay, thank you.
And now I'd like to call on the Professor Dr. Antonio José Mireles, magnificent rector of the University of Campinas, to say some words.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Good afternoon to everyone. I'd like to begin by welcoming Professor Shen Guanjing and Professor Li Shanling, and in their name also all the Chinese delegation. It is a pleasure to have you here. So my colleague from administration, Professor Raquel, Professor Célio, Andrea and Michelle, Professor Roberto also, prior director of the institute also, and Professor Gao, yeah, it's always here together with us, and the Rafael and the people and the team of our international office. Some months ago, we were in Beijing, in Shanghai, for a visit. Yeah, we were very well come there. It's really a very nice time. So I'd like to say thank you again, and hoping that we are being able to give you the same moments, the same stay here in Brazil. For us, it's a very important occasion. I mean, we are, again, signing an agreement for 5 years. It seems then that it has worked very well and can work better in the future. And we have more challenges in relation to that. Our intention is to have a permanent center for Chinese studies here in Unicamp. It's a kind of spoil, yeah? It should, Raquel should say that, but, so, Célio, yeah. But then, when I say it must occur in any case, the idea is to found a center for Chinese studies in a permanent way here in Unicamp. And this reason for that is that we are really looking to the East to strengthen our relation with the Republic of China, yeah, in a very strong way. Naturally, the beginning of this connection is related to the Institute of Philosophy and Social Sciences in Unicamp and the Institute of Economics, but we'd like to spread it overall our university. There is a lot of other collaborations, cooperations that can be put together in a more bold initiative in the way that you had said. We have to contribute to the development of our countries, and science, technology, innovation, social sciences are very important for that. That is our challenge, and the present administration is connected to this objective. So I hope you are having a very good meeting. Unfortunately, I could not take part in it, but I am sure a lot of new decisions, new initiatives can begin now with the renewal of our cooperation. Thank you, Tom. Thank you to your attention, and a successful collaboration for everyone.
And now we move to the moment of the signing of the agreement. At this moment, we invite Professor Dr. Antonio José Mireles to sign the CASS-Unicamp agreement for the period 2024-2020, and Professor Cheng Guanjing to witness the signing of the document that will be taken by hand to China to be signed by the Vice President of CASS, Professor Dr. Wang Changling. Acho que é melhor tirar foto aqui, depois da gravação. Vamos tirar isso tudo aqui, fazer foto aqui, vai ser fogo. Desculpa. Move this to the but you can't hang it up. That's the problem. But if we do it here, we just hide it. Yeah. Colocar uma foto para fazer aqui na frente. E é isso que a gente está assinando, em vez de fazer em cima do palco. Faz mais sentido, não é? Então a gente tira isso. Stand up and hand it. Group picture, yeah? Just show it. Open. Abre para ver. Yeah.
Okay. The form is very remote.
Okay, so we finish the ceremony by thanking the authorities who composed the presiding table and other guests present. We invite those who will participate in the official photo to come down here, and we'll have the official photo with this background here. And we'll take this out of the way. And after the official photo, hang on. Yeah, and after the official photo, we invite the participants after the official.
It's very famous in Chinese history. The name is Along the River during the Qingming Festival.
清明上河图 The most famous Chinese painting.
Yes.
Chinese painting.
This picture from 5.07 meters. You can stand, yeah. And I think that maybe I can shoot you.
Yeah.
应该给他看。OK，
Move it tighter, move it tighter.
Thank you very much. Very good. The person named Zhang Duang. Very famous.
Most greatest Chinese painter.
And
it's a landscape painting of the capital city of Song Dynasty.
Song Dynasty. And this is paintings of Russia. So, those were not in the past. Yeah. Yeah. All kinds of life things included in this painting. So, if you are interested in Chinese social, the history of social life, maybe you can get something from this.
President
Yeah, for you.
Thank you very much.
This is for you. Oh,
And show
okay.
and also
Okay. Oh,
yes. Symbol you can yeah. So illuminate. Yeah, connected that to the computer. And here's old writers. It's important. It's a new yeah, yeah. And I find. Yeah.
thank you.
So,
Thank you.
yeah.
So nice.
Shh,
Thank you
I
very
want to
much.
take a photo. We've got to get it back. Now, okay, so, no, wait, yeah. We're going to take a photo. We're going to get rid of this. Yeah? We're taking this picture here, but so now we invite those who will participate in the official photo to come onto the stage, and after the photo, we invite the other participants in the 8th seminar on research in contemporary China to remain in the auditorium for the seminar's closing ceremony. It's going to last about 2 minutes, but we've got to do this still yet. Okay. So we move this over.
You are